Okay, what is the very first class that I need? Please read the description if you're watching the description of the video. I think I could define an universe with a maximum number of dimensions. Well, universe, it would be a fine space at the very least. Euclidean, stuff like that. I think a fine is the right word here. With an upper limit, say, on the number of dimensions. My problem is, I mean, the reason I'm hesitating is that I can imagine that I have to completely, let's say at some point, to completely unrelated spaces. And they're just not the same space, even though maybe even both have, say, 3 dimensions. And they still cannot be compared, or they are just uncorrelated in every sense. Then is it correct to put them in a single multidimensional space? I can't think of a reason why not. But it's a bit weird to do, maybe. But then again, maybe it's not. Maybe we should not do it. I don't know. I think it's maybe possible, but Yeah. So that means that I have to make a distinction between different universes or spaces. They still have a maximum number of dimensions, but then something lives in a given universe, and if it lives in the universe, then it lives in a subspace of that universe. And if I have two different universes, then they're just different things. And I could put the two universes perpendicular to each other, but yeah, I'm not sure if that gains me much. Except, of course, that yeah, it kind of would be nice that it wouldn't even compile if you try to combine two objects that actually belong to two different universes, and that will just never compile. So in that sense, I still have to make some kind of distinction that goes all the way down to the point is that in the end I think I'm just going to have to enumerate axes. So we have some axes and I give it a number 1. I would start at 0, but apparently in Geometric Algebra they start counting at 1 for axis. I have another axis and I call that axis, I call that axis 2. So in completely unrelated axis, that is an axis of a different universe, I shouldn't call it 1 or 2, because that would be confusing. But all algorithms that work within a certain space would like to just have them numbered 1, 2, 3, 4 until the maximum number of dimensions of that universe. So if this is a universe A, and this is universe B, then for the sake of algorithms I would want to start counting as well here with so maybe I should make universes a template parameter of everything, and then anything that is an object in some space also belongs to a universe by type. I think that's a good plan. So you would have some objects, and then the parameter is a universe. That would then be not a type, it would just be an integer. Or maybe it should be a type. I just create a different type for each universe. But yeah, that would be the same as if I pass A here. And in the end, I think I have to enumerate it or not. I really don't want to enumerate it. I just want to, I just want to state, hey, this is a unique universe. Which I think is the most natural way to do that is just creating a universe object. But then, then it's more like this. But yeah, then you can't pass A here as a template parameter, which would be nice, I think. And now it's totally runtime, of course. If you do it like this, different objects, those are not types. But yeah, if I can write this, I might as well do and then some category, something that distinguishes it from any other universe by a random type. I don't care what the type is. It can be anything, as long as it's a type or an enum. Is that true? Enum is also a type, so yeah. A type. I think you can do this. Let's say I create an enum. Let's think of a universe. Yeah, well, whatever. Universe A. Okay, I have an empty enum. Let's call the other one struct, just to make sure. Test them both. That's a type. Maybe I should start this with a capital U as well. But I'm not going to create objects, I think. No. But these are now the universes as type. and then I would use that as the tag here for some object. And then we can distinguish objects that are part of different universes. Okay, so I do need an include of universe. And then I could create a space, but the universe and the space are actually the same thing, right? So my universe represents just the whole space. Maybe universe is not the best name. If we call it space, then yeah, a subspace is also a space, and that would not be the case then for my space, because that is, if it is a universe, it's not a subspace. A universe is not a subspace of a universe. That's definitely not the case. I do need the number of dimensions anyway. And well, so a space would have a number of dimensions, but space and the universe then are the same thing. So maybe I should use a different name, but I need the number of dimensions. Let's just pass a number of dimensions here. Say this one is 32 dimensional and this one is a maximum 5 dimensions, something like that. And then each universe needs its own basis, and they can be, those bases can be completely 100% unrelated. It makes no sense to talk about or try to convert one basis into the other, because they belong to different universes. And so this thing has a basis, an orthonormal basis. And that is by definition E1, E2. Let's remove the underscore. I mean, normally it's a script, I think, but well, until En. Sorry, 32. Well, this one also, but now we go till 5. And even though this is called E2 and this one is called E2, they are different vectors because they are part of a different universe. I also need a concept of a basis. So this is a basis for the whole universe, where the basis is defined by the number of elements. Actually, I mean, I want every basis to be an orthonormal basis. So, and yeah, the, this is all there is. It's just going to be just a single number here, and that's already part of the type. So the size of this universe as object is 0, which indicates also that it makes no sense to ever construct it. Therefore, if I try to construct it, then that should fail, I think, because yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So I want this to not compile. Let's create a universe then. I should not put that here. Let's put it in math directly. It's called ID. Let's call this N. Maybe we should not disallow it, but yeah, for now. If I ever run into a case or for some reason I have to create a temporary universe in order to have a template on read it, you know, get the type from it. Sometimes you do that. For example, in the case of a functor, you just create a functor by type and then pass it as a parameter to a function, and then that function is a template function, and then that reads the type from the parameter, deduces it from the parameter, and then you have the type back. Well, the object itself is never used. So and that's what I was thinking. So yeah, maybe it's not good to disallow any construction, but if I ever run into that, then I can allow it. So I'll say disallow construction for now. So. And that then, of course, should be enough to make this fail. Oh, I do that. Oh, yeah, never mind. Multiple errors. First, this lives in math, and secondly, this lives in math. There's no need to do using namespace math because, well, just on these two lines, and then for the rest we just work with that universe type. What was that? Yeah, okay. Use of deleted function, math universe, blah blah. Okay. Well. I think that's good. So cannot create it. Now I want to create either a basis or a subspace first. Let me think. I think basis comes first because subspace could be rotated. It's not just deleting axis. You could have, say, a 5-dimensional universe like here, and then define some 3-dimensional space in it that it actually uses all 5 dimensions because it's rotated, tilted in a way relative to the to all axes. Not perpendicular to all axes, to any axis actually. For example. So the universe defines a basis just purely by the number of dimensions. And if I want to define another basis, then I can create create that basis. Now, not even create, I think. We can just define that basis by defining an... I've got the word. I wrote it down here in the video description. Let me have a look at it again. I call that an... Did I write so much that I can't even find it back? Did everyone read the description of the video? So it says a vector, a bivector, an n vector, etc. is a geometric object that should be independent of any coordinate system. But we can't have the computer store them, certainly not do calculations with them without defining a basis. However, the basis itself is 100% arbitrary. Basically has no meaning, just a framework to hang up things. Now yeah, for convenience, I'll use an orthonormal basis, the elements of which are called E1, E2, etc. And that's all we have. The fact that we have a basis becomes much more important as soon as we have more than one basis. These bases span an affine space. If two bases span the same affine space, they necessarily have the same number of basis vectors, but their orientation might be different. The origin might be somewhere else, so it's translated, and the axis might be rotated with respect to each other. That should have been the plural of axis. So axis is an I is the plural, or is it axis with an E? They might even be scaled differently. Okay, the length of the unit vector of one of the axes might not have the length 1 if you, after transformation to the other subspace. We can now describe a new object, a versor. So a versor is something apparently also new for me too. The versor is like a coordinate transformation thing, I understand. So in this case we have a very general one that includes a uniform dilation, so that's my scaling, but every axis is scaled the same vector. A translator that describes the translation, and a rotor which describes the rotation of the whole thing. We can combine those three and then we get something that is a similarity versor, where similarity comes from the fact that we have a dilation in it, so a scaling, uniform scaling. Also called scaled motor or conformal motor. Okay, here I found my word. Similitude. So a similitude is a direct similarity. So the similarity is a transformation, or could be a transformation. I mean, similarity is also used for the transformation, where you have just a uniform scaling and translation and rotation. But that does include reflections. So if we stay within one universe, and the thing is, you have two objects that are similar, but they are each other's mirror, then You can rotate it and translate it and scale it as much as you want. You will not be able to make them overlap. Yeah? So they are, in a sense, they are different. Unless, of course, you scale with a negative value. But that we don't allow that then. And I'm going to call this, the similitude is then a direct similarity, meaning that you can scale with positive values and translate and rotate and then overlay them. So they are not mirrored. They are not the opposite of each other. And I think that should be the case. That is a sensible case for the transformation between two bases. And I added an argument in my description because let's say for example in a 3D space you just don't want to switch from a right-handed coordinate system to a left-handed coordinate system. So you always have an x-axis and a y-axis, and then the z-axis is there, not the other way around. I mean, there is an order in which those axes are rotated. That is, oriented. That is the positive side of the axis and negative side of the axis. They are determined by all the positive and negative sides of all the previous dimensions. And we are not going to change that. Therefore, each basis can be transformed from one to the other using a similitude, direct similarity. That's why I picked this word. Well, if I have this object, I could create a basis, but I don't want to expose the basis really to the user. I don't. Well, maybe I do actually. I'm not sure because, well, what is a basis? Now we don't even have a basis. We have just lists with the numbers, and those numbers are then the coefficients of my basis. But then what is the basis? Well, the basis is just this. You can only speak about it's all relative, I think. So you can only speak about comparing two bases. How is one basis defined relative to the other? A single basis is, I don't know, nothing special. And this is then the compare between two bases. But under the hood, I kind of need to know that difference. So if I would create a subspace within my universe, for example, no, that's I don't want to. Actually, my similitude cannot change the number of dimensions, right? Yeah, we do need a way to cut off dimensions, I think. So in the case of a rotated subspace, I think you first have to rotate the whole universe, all 5 dimensions, such that the 3 dimensions that you want to use are exactly aligning with 3 of the axes of the underlying basis, and then you just forget about the other 2. And then you have a 3-dimensional subspace, and then you could rotate it back, or whatever you want to do. Actually, you can't rotate it anymore, because then you have just those 3 dimensions. Well, you can still rotate the thing, but why would you? Well, of course. I mean, let's not talk about rotating. Let's talking about applying a similitude. Let's just call it transform. I'm still thinking about the order in which I have to define stuff. I mean, maybe cutting off dimensions is kind of the first thing to do. So say I have a space that is just equal to the universe. Say we have this one, and I want to I can never compare it with this, never. To keep that in mind. But I want to work with a 5-dimensional subspace of this thing. So we have to throw away 27 dimensions. I think that must be possible. This is sort of a basis then. I'm sorry, but I am going to use an AI because for the linguistics, you know, the wording, it's very handy. You can just ask it questions about that, get ideas. Yeah, I got a well, I disagreed with it actually. So, and AI is often wrong, and you have to really look out for that. So I ask for something, and then it said similarity versor or similarity transform. And then I said, what? Is there not a single word for it? And then it said, yeah, similitude. But that's not true, because then I start digging, and with Google, now I had that word, and after half an hour of reading, I found out that a similitude is a direct similarity. So then I say to the AI, I find that the similitude does not involve reflection, and that any uniform scaling thus must be strictly positive. And then it never says, oh, I was wrong, never. It just says, yeah, but I was talking about matrices. If you're strictly talking about geometric spaces and stuff, then you're right, and then often, mostly, it's the way you say it. Well, actually, first it says this, and then I come with lots of quotes from the literature that I read, and then it says you're right, and blah, 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 blah. In the end, you have to just really pull it out. So the only thing you can really rely on is getting new keywords that you then can investigate. Yeah, I'm not just copy-pasting stuff and believing it. Okay, so in this case, what did I want to ask? I wanted to ask... Okay, so a subspace has a lower dimension. No, not necessarily, actually. Okay, let S be a space. I'm gonna assume that it's an affine space, but I especially assume that AI also will assume that. Let S be a space of n dimensions, which is almost defined as having a basis with n linear independent vectors. Okay, so I can add that. So a basis with n, obviously linearly independent vectors. T, I don't know, alphabetically. Maybe it's a better word. Another S. Be a subspace of S with a lower dimension m, less than. This doesn't mean that any vector vector, sorry, I have to talk about basis vectors. Well, I just call it basis vector. That any basis vector of T is not linear dependent on all it's not a better way to say that. Not linear, maybe I should say is linear independent, but then I negated it, so then maybe any basis vector of S. Can you say that? That T is not linear independent of any basis vector of S. And that does a not here as well. Now, yeah, it does not mean that any basis vector of T is not linear dependent on. Is it dependent on or dependent of? So if T is limited to its subspace where a subset of the basis vectors of S can be used as basis for T. Then is there a special word for such subspaces? I don't know. What the hell? M flat. It's interesting. X is aligned. Well, that speaks for itself. X is parallel. Where we allow. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I was going to say we allow translations, but if I would translate it into So say we have the 5-dimensional space. I should finish my thoughts maybe. So if I have a 5-dimensional space and I use just x, y, and z and not the other two, but we also apply a translation for this 3-dimensional subspace along the vector of 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So aka totally using all 5 dimensions. That would give me an axis parallel basis, I think, for the subspace. But it would still be translated in along. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you would have defined a translation. Let me think. No, it's not. It's not okay. You cannot translate it. You cannot do that because the subspace must contain the origin. Otherwise, it's not a good. It just doesn't work. Say formally, if S has basis E1 till En and T is the span of EI with I element of capital I for some I subset of 1 till N with the size of I equal to M, then T is a coordinate subspace with respect to that basis. Special cases, if M is 1, it's a coordinate axis. If M is n minus 1, it's a coordinate hyperplane. So we just prefix the stuff with coordinate and then the axes are aligned. The term is basis dependent, obviously. Yeah, so we can talk about a coordinate subspace given the coordinate subspace of a universe. Then we have given the maximum number of dimensions. And now I'm thinking, am I ever going to want to have a coordinate subspace of an not axis aligned subspace? So not of a universe, but I create I create a subspace of the universe, and that one is not axis aligned, it just rotated. And then that has its own basis, and then I want to have a coordinate subspace of that basis. Is that something I want? Not want maybe, but more like, is that required? Do we have a need for that? Okay, this is annoying. I see that I have a window open on this monitor that I don't want to show. So the safest thing to do is to close it. But I don't think I can close it without revealing it. That worked. Just an email reader thing. Yeah, those are difficult decisions. I mean, how can I know in advance? I would need a complete overview of everything I'll ever will do with this, or just be totally knowledgeable on the mathematical background of this. I mean, if I was a professor that teaches this subject, then I probably would have an idea, but I'm just making it up as I go. So I think that the point is that my rotated subspace has a basis defined in terms of the similitude, yeah. In other words, it doesn't have a basis. Well, it does not. It does not really have a basis because there isn't such a thing as a basis. There's just a list of numbers. Nevertheless, it does have a list of numbers, and yeah, maybe I want to create a subspace based on that list of numbers. Just say, hey, forget the z. But if I do that, that is just a projection. And that seems to have little to do with what I need right now, namely any way to reduce the size of a basis. Although, let's say we have 5 dimensions, we have so let's say we have 32 dimensions, universe 32 dimensions. Okay, I created a subspace of that of 5 dimensions. And now that subspace is rotated in the universe, so, and that means that it is a list of 5 numbers, but the meaning is the meaning of those 5 numbers are completely determined by this similitude object. And then for some reason I want to create a subspace of less than 5 from those 5 by simply kicking out a few of those numbers. So list of 5, and I say, well, kick them out. Yeah. Maybe I should define a projection object that allows me to just mask certain axes. And then we can, I guess, apply that such a projection on any object. Every object must have a basis, and then my projection works on the basis. So it would be a coordinate projection, maybe. Prefixes with coordinate. Or, well, create a coordinate subspace from. But right. So we have something like a coordinate subspace thingy, and that depends on the basis. So suddenly there is a distinction between the universe and subspaces, where in both cases my coordinate subspace projection object wants to be fed a basis, which now can be a universe or a subspace, a rotated subspace even. So I think I need I think I need a basis object. Basis object. Yeah. I think the universe is a basis. Let's include a basis here. So my universe has a basis. And this basis is completely defined by the number of dimensions. I can remove the parentheses because per definition a space is a subspace of itself. So if I want to call it subspace here, then that's fine. That even works and still for when the basis is the basis of the whole universe. It's just a subspace of itself. But now I need a coordinate subspace. Which then has as a basis well, a subset of another basis. I'm not convinced it's going to work. I'm starting to feel that I have to keep the N of the universe in it. Well, it doesn't harm anything, probably. So I'm gonna go with my intuition and I'm gonna say I'm gonna call this M dimensions. No, maybe just should change this one from N to something else. It's called U, the U of universe. And this M becomes UU, comma. Yeah, the easiest would be to say in the 0. So that would be then a mask that masks out a certain axis. 0 being we don't mask out anything. So that would be then the universe has U dimensions and this subspace also has U dimensions. Just the whole thing. That's the idea here. Okay, a mask. That sounds like a bit mask, right? So I want to use my bit mask class utility to refresh my memory. Bit. I don't have a bit mask, of course. Bit set. I don't have a bit set. Okay, what the hell? Bit set. I totally have a bit set. I never ran make C tags probably then. Also a possibility. Yeah, that's gonna allow me to run over all the bits, scan bits, know how many bits there are, jump from one bit to the next, stuff like that. I think this is a nice class. That is just, yeah, okay, so that is the bit set. Yeah, we can print it. Utils bit set. Your T apparently is the underlying type for the mask. I also need something that converts stuff to another type, right? Like grep uint 16 type, for example. That would definitely be part of it. Indian reverse bits, color pool. Nope. I did write that though, one of the recent projects. Which project is that? Has that been? Let me think. I think the chest thing. Not sure though. No, that one. Yeah. Return the smallest possible unsigned int that can contain bits. You would say that already exists in the standard, doesn't it? It should exist in the standard, really. Isn't that like least? That was long ago. I guess I looked at it before, because this is literally the copy. I made a copy of that. I'm gonna assume that it does not exist in the standard then. And this probably should be moved to utils, because this is apparently the second time I need it. Maybe a better word for it. Does u in least exist? I beat X. Yeah, most people use my streams to fall asleep with. So I'm happy to be useful. Yeah, that exists. Oops. So u in least and then just a template parameter. That should totally work. Gonna move this to, well, yeah, let's move this to utils. Nah. Okay, utils con type uint least type dot h. Or maybe least n. Oops. Close that all. Well, actually, you can reopen it. Can just call it literally this. Yeah, why not? Edit it. Include the n. And then let's call this n, right? I mean, smallest possible unsigned int that can contain n bits. In other words, and I make this compile again maybe first. As in what is this? Error add opt key type core updater unknown cmake command key type lock core directory. What nonsense is that? Oh, it's looking in the build directory again. Gone with the build directory. Configure it. And still the same problem. No. very confusing. The score should just be up to date. That's why this is so weird. I think that's the problem, maybe. I'm trying to use stable guitars while I have already something checked out. That isn't. That would be bad if that didn't work. Let's just try deleting all of guitars. That's bad. It ain't defined here. Yeah, this does not contain anything. Show it this maybe? Nah, nonsense. Sorry, but I get sidetracked here. I have absolutely no idea why this is not working. Absolutely no idea. Should be defined here in main.cmake. That is the same thing, isn't it? It's not the same thing. How? What? Oh no, it's the unlock thing. Never mind. The lock on is there. Yeah, still. Oh, this is directory. Sorry. No, we need the core thing. What is going on? I was looking for the core thing. Grab core. Oh, it's fucking matched that one. I mean, yeah, I test this, I test it again, I test it 100 times, and when everything totally works, I commit it and I push it to GitHub. And then a few days later, it's like the whole function was never defined. It just doesn't exist. How is that even possible? How is it possible that this is just nowhere defined suddenly, out of nowhere? And I can also not find any function back that even looks like it, like I've got to rename it or something. Just gone. I'm so confused. This should not be possible. What is this? Wrong. Oh, it's maybe, yeah, no. No. This is where it used to be, and it still is, apparently. In main.cmake. And here it does not exist. Oh no, it is nonsense. No. Huh? What? Well, sorry, this is not a function definition. That is just a rename. The comment is gone, apparently. I missed that, I think, or, well... Anyways, it used to be called just a local core directory. Can't find it back anymore. Oh, here, log core directory. That's also part of this. How does this contain? Yeah, plus log core directory. Well, then it should be defined as well somewhere. That's ridiculous. Even in 2020, when I added a call to it, I did not define the function. This makes no sense. It's not possible. This is totally not possible, this. What the heck is going on? What? No, there it is. Define. Oh, it's defined in guitar C. What? How is that even possible? Okay, that does explain it. I did glance once over this, but I couldn't find it. I don't know. A function is being defined in the CMake list text. Okay. Yeah. Still a bit weird though, because so we try that here, and this one is using the stable guitars, which is apparently not stable because it doesn't work. It's using that. We should be checking out this. And of course, what the hell? Where's my stable branch? Eight commits ahead of what? It gets weirder and weirder. That's not good. Well, was that a long time ago? 2 weeks ago. Wrong branch. Yeah, of course, of course. So Gita's stable branch, that is this one, checks out this hash of Gita's core. And then we can see here what that is. Let's say F637. That is this one. At least it should do that. And well, that's down so far that I'm pretty sure that is the correct one version then. So why do we not have this checked out? I don't think we have checked out. Because if I do check that out, I'm gonna go here to that one, yeah. Good. Can you switch for branches expected? If you want to detach head, I'm gonna try again with detach. So we can do it, but I have to specify detach. Okay. Shocking. I mean, this is for fuck's sake, aka. Oh, that is for the whole words. Do I have an X as well? Never mind. Aha! So this detached head indeed already includes the rename for the detached prefix in front of it. I don't believe it. How is that possible? Plus there is one that isn't renamed. These are not renamed. But these are. That's pretty weird, isn't it? Yeah. That's just not true. CMake list of text has not been changed for a long time. Oh, wait a minute, this is key touch. Why does this print key touch? Well, I'm inside key touch core. Oh, it finds from the repo base. Why the hell? Yeah, that's not what I want. But okay, that is not related, I would say. So in this detached head, this was not renamed yet. And this is the detached head that is used by detached table. So everything is in order and there should be no problem. But there is a problem. Then the problem is that if I run in this directory configure, and the problem changed. Can I build directory problem or not? I don't know. Let's try this again. Okay, the key touch is being checked out at that one. And that should be stable. At least. That is, then if it isn't stable, then it wouldn't work, or I'm so confused here. It's unbelievable that is happening. Let's go back to Kitosh. Stable. This is B8E3. That's not stable. D928. Also not. What the hell is this? I think I already did this, but so another thing, yeah, stability just doesn't exist here. Wait a minute. Should get K all. E5 EF. This one. What? Why? It's not even part of stable. It's in the line of, well, actually it is, or it was merged into stable. But yeah, if this is part of stable, then oh, that's not part of it. That's why we have E5 EF instead of E1 C6. Still don't get it. Let's just fix at least the problem that I found, namely that stable is not being checked out. Why not? Yeah, it's checking out this. Oh. That is highly strange, I must admit. I mean, it's called stable guitars. Just check bloody out the branch that I call stable. It's not the latest hash of stable. You can just use the branch, can I not? That should work now. Yeah, that problem, which I fixed in one of the later versions, but not part of stable yet, let alone of this version before stable. So I have to remove the build directory again. And now it works. Well, I don't know. Yeah, we renamed it to N. Now what? Too lazy to scroll up, so I just type make again. No template named uint least n inside utils. Did you simply mean uint least n t? Oh, it's not defined in utils. I forgot to add that, yeah. Because I should add it. We moved it here, but I didn't add a namespace utils around it. Namespace 2. No, I probably should first pull. I'm not sure I will get collisions. Just add it. Oh, okay, that was okay then. Add everything, there's nothing else. add the header or add the type. Holy changes. I should just update stable, I think, to the latest, the very latest version, which is much more stable at the moment. I mean, I fixed a lot of bugs. Yeah. So what does that mean? I have to... Let's see, that should go automatically now. Let's not do it here. I did push utils. Yeah, okay, just forget about this. Go back here. I didn't change anything here, right? Well, not yet, but I'm going to. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm gonna go into core. Check that we are the master branch. We are not at the master branch. Git switch master. Check that we are up to date. Yeah, up to date. In that case, that is the head of core. And then I go to Gitash itself, which dictates which has to use. And well, not in here. No, that just gets Gitash itself. And that's also nothing. So it does that inside here. Yeah, wait, first I must know which branch we're on. This is master. Okay. So master uses master, obviously. Git core master. And then I go to stable. And now I want to make stable equal to master, but not entirely. I'm not sure anymore what the difference is, though. I think, well, one of the differences is that we use an hash instead of master, but so we should be able to see that on. I don't see it. Yeah, here. We use a hash instead of master. Is there any other difference? I think I can just merge with master. And it still has this hash here. I'll change the hash now to the latest hash. That is actually the master branch of Getash core. The only difference. Yeah, I didn't make any changes to this one. It was already completely up to date and everything, so I can just remove this. Now the errors appear here. The problem is that Getash is automatically updated by this script. And that script is no longer working. Because I renamed the function that locks a directory. Very user unfriendly. And now what? Source directory is empty. That's probably because it didn't download anything. It is probably because I'm just going to delete it again. Because I also have to delete the build directory here. Hopefully now it works. Yeah. Yeah, okay. You would almost think I have to add this to some README. If you run into this problem, delete all the build directories. Complete failure. Yeah, I actually should do that. Let's do that. Let's add it to Getash. RDiff. I use it, but yeah, mostly for brainstorming keywords, getting ideas. I don't believe what they say. You have to check it. I think it's still a glorified Google thing. Plus, it has a lot of associations with within subjects. So if you're new to a subject, you can get a lot of keywords out of it, which you then can Google and read up about. But to get the latest stable version, please. No, next to no, please here. Where's my whip? Yeah, make sure to delete. Some AI is filling it in for me. Awesome. I just copied it from here. Yep. Now, with that out of the way, can finally continue with the geometric algebra stuff. So I want to define a basis of n dimensions, which lives in a universe with u dimensions. And then this bit set is going to define it's not a bit set. I'm going to use a bit set, but you cannot pass. Okay, let me think. I want to pass a mask to an actual integral type, so that has to be an integral type then. And even though I'm going to use it, then I have to cast it to a bit set. So that was utils. int uint least and type u. Which is an integral type, so now we can turn that into a name. Or, well, actually there's no name here. Yeah, of course there's a name here. So these are the dimensions that are deleted. Yes. Collapsed, maybe. Projected away. Masked. We're A maybe. Shit. I didn't sync the utils. I always sync all my stuff, all the Git submodules by running autogen.sh. And there is utils, and there's that file even. This one. Okay, the similitude is not defined yet. Okay, let's see. I want to make an seven-dimensional subspace. It's called a coordinate subspace, right? We learned that. Now a bit set is the mask anyway is a runtime thing, so this you can finally construct something. construct a 7-dimensional coordinate subspace in universe A. No, it's not. It's still the type. Okay, so this is only going to work if my bit set is a very const construct. Why the hell is that not highlighted? I deleted my build directory 20 times. Bit set. How const expression is my bit set? Pretty const expression. Static assert types const expression, const expression, const expression, const expression, const expression, const expression. Oh, not a const expression. Assignment. Yeah, you cannot assign to a const expression. Loads of const expressions. Reset. Yeah, anything that's not a const member function is obviously not a const expression. So these are all manipulators without a const behind it. They are not const expression. Friend is const expression. These are const member functions, and those are also const expression. Okay, can be used in const expressions. And it seems that I have everything in order except this one, toString. That is not a const expression, but that is because standard string is not a const expression. It allocates memory. Again, const expressions where they can be const expressions. Looks this one not. Why is this not const expression? It's a pre-decrement. No, post-decrement. You make a copy of the current object and then decrement it, our object, and then we return a copy of that. How is that const? How is that const? Why does this even compile? This is so confusing me. We change the member of a base class, but whatever, that's still also a member of this class. And it's also not mutable. It should not compile, because you're not allowed to change this. I'm looking at this and then I think, why is this not complaining? Like, what? Well, I guess we have to investigate that. This one is also very interesting. There's a const expression that also changes That is of course possible. Is it? Yeah, it's possible. If the current object is a const expression, then you can still change it while doing your compile time evaluations. For that matter, I can have manipulators that are const expression. Apparently. Apparently I decided to keep iterators outside of const expressions. So like, no, thou shall not do iterators in const expressions. I'm gonna look at why the hell this is compiling. Let's make a bit set of, well, 7 or not. Bit set. I mean, utils a bit set plus. I think I didn't include it yet. Well, that should come with a basis, and the basis comes with the universe comes with the basis. Is it not going to be part of? And this is a basis here. My basis is going to contain maybe a bit set. Not sure yet. Let's assume it does. Include utils bitset .h. Can't do 7 here. No, that's underlying type. That compiles. And compiles. What? How? Pre-increment. It should be this one. Okay, that's not. I should put post-increment. I'm an idiot. Post-increment. Maybe if it's not compiling only when you use it, then I understand why I never noticed this. Because over my dead body that I use post-increment. Okay, so that's the reason then. I just never tried this. Never use post-increment. I think that's funny. Now, let's fix it. Anyways, as in dit ain't const, mister. Yeah. Publish it before they launch that satellite. Getting hungry. It's not a good thing. What was I going to do next? Okay, so I want to have a basis based on the universe, of course. Let's say universe A, N. But then again, like I said here, everything should tell which universe it is part of. And the basis is also part of a universe. I'm just going to pass the universe instead of the N. And then it's the 7. And then it becomes more interesting, because which 7 bits? And how can we construct it or define it as a cons expression from a bit set? So, well, it is a cons expression, as in, I'm just going to define this again as a type. Yeah, the utils a bit set, universe, n, whatever that exists. Nobody wants to use that. So I think the universe itself should define that thing. The question only is then how to call it. So that would be a mask, a bit mask for which axis? Maybe an axis mask is maybe a good word, or just axes, or axis set. I don't know. It isn't a set. I wouldn't mind to just call it a plural of axis, which is axis with an E. Axis is a singular term. Axis is the plural. Okay, so I could call it just axis, like nice and short. That would again be a type though. Universe axis. Mask maybe. Nonsense. Static const expression n is u, so we can access it. And I want to define a type axis. Yeah, mask type, damn it. I'm gonna try leaving it out. I'm not even happy with the uppercase A. Well, sorry, that is a part of basis, of course. Maybe n is even part of basis. Let's begin with let's begin with moving it to the basis, I think, yeah. Let's make it a struct. So I'll call this in. Okay, and yeah, on the other hand, that is, I want to define the bit set, right? And I want to bit set. The bit set is derived from a bit set POD. The bit set POD has the T defined, which I do not have an accessor for. What? Sorry, this is an iterator. Nonsense. I have to go to the bit set POD. That does not define the type. Mask type. No, we have to use mask type, obviously. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Why throw away the information of the bit set? So my bit set is now defined as axis type. And then I have to construct that thing, and then we can pass it here. But what you can pass to a template is, I am afraid, not a class like that. It must be this type. Which means that the bit set also must have this many. Well, this is underlying type. And not you. I'm an idiot here, I think. Bit set, yeah, that's I made that mistake before. So then the type that was passed to the bit set, that's the mask type. That's the type that must be passed to the basis. But then coming from the bit set, that is just, well, from the const expression bit set, that is just a member of this one here, in bit mask. So I need if I need an accessor for that. Also defined private. That is public. We can just access it. But using an accessor is maybe tiny a little bit more, making more sense if I have it. It's something that returns a mask type. We set, flip, all, any, none. So there's a booleans. Bit set, index, boolean, mask type. There, just use that operator and then we have it. Not entirely liking it. So like that. Can already test if it compiles. Of course it doesn't. N does not name a type. Oh, I've got the type. It's an int. Type value mismatch, add argument 1 in template parameter list, template int type, what? Argument 1, forget the rest. Blah 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 blah. Expected the concept of type int. What universe A? Oh right, yeah, I made the decision to not pass the dimensions, but of course pass the wrapper of the dimensions. We are going to pass which universe it is part of. Let's depart from here. The problem is I want to pass a universe to basis. A universe being a math universe. I have to demand that, as it were. The first thing must be a universe. Hello, Colossus Smiles Cat. Where's my basis here? I think he finally fell asleep. That's also a possibility. problematic. No, the first thing must be universe. So concept universe. Now this is a universe type, so no longer the number of dimensions, but a universe type defines the int least n itself, doesn't it? At least I hope so. Hey, it doesn't. Well, the basis does maybe. And we're back at where we started. Huh? I'm also needing it here already. I probably should just define it in the universe then. So this must be, it is a type and it must be part of the universe. Blah blah is equal to that. And blah blah is then I'm just calling the mask type, or the X is mask type, because it's not really something that people should use a lot. It's more like internal usage. Can use ugly names. Which is possible now because this is no longer just an int, it is a universe. But of course then I have to define the concept universe. And I'm so bad with concepts that I'm already scared. So it's going to be a template of whatever universe takes. Type name ID, comma int u. And then the concepts, and then the name of the concepts. And then, yeah, one of the 100 concepts that I wrote. I see all of them for me. Yeah, not. Gonna write it, ask the AI again. But on the other hand, if I keep doing it, I'll never learn it. Right? What was this? I think it is something simple like standard. Is same or nah. It's a template, huh? Wait a minute. A concept applies on the first template argument. So I'm doing it wrong to begin with. Yeah, we always must have a T. So it's a concept, so we begin with type name T. and then the concept restricts t, because that's the first argument. And then the demand is that t is I think it is something, some requires, maybe simply requires t const universe, and then here we make it no, but okay. Plus I don't have my universe yet. Oh, wait a minute. I have to do this below the universe definition. Anyways, we want to be able to construct an like this. That must exist. I don't know how to do this. I'm not saying, and I'm not using T now. This is not it. Is it not like maybe then? No, I have no idea really. How does it work? It's just my memory, man. At least a few. We already have a few. Look like anything like what I want. Okay, I'm not using an AI, damn it. But I have to Google, I think. It's my last hope. Yeah. Is vector, so very much it's the same, isn't it? That's not even a concept. This is What is it? Substitution is not a failure. What substitution error is not an error or something like that. Yes, fine. Substitution failure is not an error. But should be able to do away with that and just use concepts. Yeah, just check for specializations, not really. Just if it is equal to some template. Yeah, sorry, it's not working for me. It's too slow. Let's ask AI. So it is strange that it is using this. Is that really the only way? They define that in the same way. I stand corrected, and I try to remember it now. Remember. These things are called trades. Type trades. They still exist. Type trades. Okay. And where's my V now? Is same V? Normally they just give you the definition for that. Oh, yeah. Const expression, of course. Bool is... yeah. Just super lazy, copy it. Wasn't even close. Well, I was going to add a template. So actually I used inline instead of const expression. Not that bad. And then this is of course ID, comma in. And I don't know. It uses n because, but I use u. No, this one doesn't use that apparently. Yep, wait a minute. Hmm? Okay. No. I don't get this. I mean, it's passing a single type here, and then I think has two template parameters. So that they cannot work then, can it? Did I miss something? This thing is not defining any concept to begin with. I have to put the universe in here, of course. Yeah, this is just supposed to be a universe, so I might as well add it there, which is required anyway, because that is the whole specialization there. I don't know what I did. Got rid of it somehow, somewhere. No, I didn't. The universe is still here. Oh, I was just looking cross-eyed. Thought it had 2 template parameters, but it's just 1 template parameter. Yeah, very good. Right, so that gives me the concept universe, and then that would be this one. So now U must be a universe, and then, yeah, well, then this is just defined, obviously. Not sure if I have to use type name in front of this. Is it type? It is totally type, isn't it? So that must be type name. Okay, let's try this. U has not been declared. This is basis. Oh, basis doesn't know what universe is, of course. Is that problematic? That's like pretty damn problematic. Well, it means I need to be able to define the universe without any other clauses. But I need bases in there, don't I? Yeah, it's derived from basis. Ugh. Maybe I can forward declare it. This is going to be a problem. Yeah, so the basis here demands that this is a universe type, which isn't defined yet by concept. So maybe I just can't do that unless we can forward declare the concept. Oh, that should be possible. If I forward declare the universe, then I can declare the concept already. Then having that concept, I can declare the basis, right? Well, sort of. Let's try that. So we begin with for declaring the universe anyway. And then I should be able to define my concept. No, it's just a for declaration. Could know why that wouldn't work. And I need an head of this thing. Let's find that, and the true type and stuff. It's just type traits, right? Is this also type traits? No, not AI. Search. Oh. Type traits. Maybe we should put it in its own header. Or actually, I'm going to need this in bases, so I should just move all of this to bases. Which isn't even defined in a namespace. And special details. Wait, this is math. What am I doing? Should I define this in math? Probably. But that wasn't the problem then. Yeah, it's also in math. Okay. Universe is a math, so this is a math. Then we can forward declare it, and we have my concept. And then I can use the concept, except that I have no idea what U is, so we don't have this type. But I can repeat that here. Code duplication, but yeah, in this case that is not too bad. The access type is this, where the max n equals the second argument. Of the universe. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't have access to that here with just a forward declaration of U. interesting problem. Is there a solution for this? Can't think of an ugly solution. No. Well, the ugly solution would be to not pass the universe, but simply pass the maximum number of dimensions to the basis. So make the basis an exception. That would everything is going to be demanding that you pass a universe, but not the basis, because, well, the basis is being used by the universe itself. It's derived from it. Therefore, the whole concept, no forward declaration, and the whole concept has to be moved back to below the universe, which means that we can't use concept universe for the basis. But that also means then I can't pass universe, or I can just drop the, yeah, I could do that maybe. Is there a way to extract max n from the type if it is only forward declared? That would be kind of awesome. Awesome. Yeah, no, I don't know about this, but if it works. What is this? Type line for declare universe and basis. Try to extract max n. Template max instruct universe max n, universe ID max n, standard integral constant into max n. Optional helper variable in line constant expression int. I don't think the inline is required here. At least didn't see that in the on the CPP reference for the is same v. Maybe, I don't know, officially maybe into nou ja, in the universe max and blah blah blah. Okay, let's copy this. So I would need that then in basis. Think. Yeah, it compiles. Unbelievable. So I can now create an axis type for a given universe, so specifying which axis we want to use, and we can pass that to the basis together with the universe, and then we get a coordinate subspace basis. Right. I think this is a bit not clear. I'm going to put it in its own header maybe. It has to do with both, or I can just define basis inside universe as well. We have now basis.h, which only for declares universe, and we have universe.h, which includes basis. So could put this in universe, and then just universe.h also declares basis.h. Yeah. They are so intertwined, so maybe I will do that. Yeah. Let's do that. Unless, of course, at some point I want to include basis.h and not universe.h for some reason. Does that make any sense? No, probably not. Which is another reason to really merge those two. Why do I feel now I miss a lot of includes? And I already deleted them basis.h, of course. Type traits, yeah. That's enough for almost everything, isn't it? Actually, maybe concepts. It's also type traits. I think concepts more like type traits for concepts. Utils. Bit set en uendeligste en very good. Now, at the moment, I think if you construct this thing using the default constructor, then you get nonsense. I think it's an undefined. Well, I think it's defined as. That's a good question. I don't even know. Let's find out. So access type, default constructor of access type, where access type is a bit set. It's just a bit set, okay. Default constructor of bit set is uninitialized. Ouch. So we definitely cannot do that. You have to construct a bit set from a bit set POD or directly from a mask type. Yeah, what would be a typical way that I want to do this? Maybe, I think like either I want to share the dimensions with something that already exists, or I want to get yet unused dimensions, or is that too ridiculous? Will we just want to have full control over it typically? I mean, do define a universe with max n dimensions, and you probably better know in advance which is what, right? Yeah. So I think you just want to hard code it, the masks that are being used. And could construct it from a bit set POD though, so you have a name, because hard coding is bad, you know. I mean, hard coded literals. You don't want to have a literal if you can avoid it. Well, we have a literal, but only once. Right? So I'm going to define a bit set POD and then define something, and then I can give it a name, and then that name is really referring to this 7-dimensional space. But bit set POD is also annoying. So now I need to get the bit set POD type. I don't have it. That's annoying. But I do have a mask type, so I can create it from the mask type if I have the bit set. Now once I have this basis, but we are defining the type here, so I don't have the basis yet. Then I would have that. I'll have to use universe, I'm afraid. So let's say here I define a const expression of a certain type, and that I want to get that type from the universe. So that's just the POD type then. Hi Batman. So I have an access type, which is the bit set, and then I can get the POD type from that. I can get a mask type from that. And then we can use that for the bit set. Yeah, that's already too difficult, right? Let's make it, we have to give the beast a name. I'm gonna call it subset at the moment. Subset type. Subspace type. Subset. It's a subset of the axis. Maybe I'll rename this later. So now we decide what this 7-dimensional space is. And I mean, right now it's just an example, so I don't have any name for it. It's just the playground. I don't know. Let's say good name. Playground 7. And then I define that as the 7 least significant bits. So f is 4 bits. I need 3 more. 7 bits. So use the 7 least significant bits for playground 7. So then I need to define the subset type, which I might rename later on. Universe A is a universe, and a universe has access mask type. Wait a minute, I thought I had an access type here, so maybe I just borrowed from the basis then. Yeah, it must make more sense to put it here. So the subset type is then utils bit set POD. Using the same type as we used for the bit set. It's just this type, which is just where's my bit set? It's just this type, which is mask type. So that is the mask type of the bit set, and the bit set is access type. So the subset type is the bit set POD of the axis type mask type, and nobody has to look at this ever again. That's why it can be this complex. And then we can construct this thing from playground 7. And then we get to fix all the errors again. Mismatch argument 1 in template parameter list for the utils bit set POD. Well, that's interesting. Expected a type, got a type. Probably just type name, missing type name. But only if it is inside a template, totally inside the template. Yeah, type name. You have to tell the compiler if it is a type name. If you have a double colon, and this is something that depends on the template parameter, and then you do double colon and then the type. You have to put type name in front of it. Otherwise, it gets confused. Conversion from int, yeah, well, something a literal like this is just an int. To non-scalar type, yeah, this I guess, that should be my aka bit set POD, yep. Could not convert 127, which is 7 bits, from int to blah blah blah, aka bit set POD, unsigned int. And the reason is probably because the constructor of this thing is explicit. Yeah, let's have a look. Or it doesn't exist. Actually, it doesn't exist. POD does not have a constructor or an assignment, anything. So we have to use an initializer list. Yeah, that's the only way you can construct my POD struct. And then it compiles. Okay. But yeah, this is thus now, yeah, we can make universes and then we can get coordinate subspaces from that. So non-rotated, non-scaled, just cut off some axes to reduce the number of dimensions. But what if I want a subspace that is rotated, is not aligned with the axis of the universe? I think the way to do that is to first rotate the whole universe and then cut off the axis. We're rotating the universe basically means define a similitude that defines the transform between the two bases. I'm also thinking, I'm actually thinking about something else. How to simplify this thing. That's 2 lines. That's way too much. I want to have 1 line here for this. This is a subspace of this universe. So it's kind of weird to start with the basis, although that is the type. I think it reads better if you would do something like using coordinate subspace basis, whatever, is that, and then, you know, coordinate subspace basis. I'll think about that, Adix. Yeah, I disagree. This is neither readable nor understandable. That's my problem. We have a universe, and we want a coordinate subspace. That seems to be the right word. So a subspace can be anything, and a coordinate subspace is the right word for if you just cut off a few axes. And it is a type, so we'll have to work with angle brackets here, template. But now and then everything that is needed here, I think, is this, and that's it. I mean, come on. This already has a 7 in it, and this is just that thing what I was just pointing out about. And the universe we already have here. And that it is going to return a basis is implied by that. So we can replace those 2 lines with this. And I'm sorry, it's not just 1 line now, it's better readable. Define coordinate subspace basis. Well, that probably should put playground into it. I mean, that, okay, it gets longer here, but what's in the name? You know? So the playground 7 coordinate subspace basis is returned by this, but now left out basis. Maybe I should just remove basis for the moment, because I don't want to add basis here. Maybe I'll add it later. I don't know. The renaming happens every now and then, you know, when you get more insight in what is the better naming. Can we make this work? Because now I have to add a type, a template type, which is totally possible. So I'm going to add this to the universe. this also. Maybe I should just delete this. I mean, if someone wants to create an empty object, why would I be, you know? Go ahead. The thing is size 0. You can construct it if you want. I mean, I could also add, if I added here the deleted constructor, I also have to add it to the basis and everything else. So that's nonsense. And I forgot the name again. And my mouse is now corrupted. No, it's not corrupted. Okay, so this is a template which takes the playground. Where the playground, I really want to be able to switch here. Between this file, oh, actually I was already able to switch actually. I just jumped to universe. My playground has this as type. Which is an integral type then. Let's define there. That's a POD. No, wait a minute. It's a POD set. The subset type is then a bit set POD. I can't pass that as a template parameter. You have to unpack it again. Huh. Okay, now I'm confused how to do this. Coordinate space. I mean, the whole thing is a type. So it's going to be using something is something. And it must be then this type. Basis, universe. It's not even needed actually to pass this. It's just a number of bits set in this thing. But yeah, on the other hand, you might need it. Or maybe not. I could define it as a const expression. I think just passing that is enough to the mask itself. Yeah. Problem. I'm gonna ask the AI because I don't know. Maybe I can give me some hints. What? Oh, I think I'm in VI. Rotkeus. But T is an unsigned integral type like that. Oh yeah, because I thought I was in VI here, I kept pressing escape, of course, just to get out of the insert mode. I was on in another AI, and I had typed like I don't know where it was, but some web interface, and I already typed 2 pages of text, and then I did the same thing. I pressed escape, and boom, everything was gone. Brilliant interface. At least this one totally ignored it. Okay, but T is an unsigned integral type, etc. And that ends up getting that value. Now I want to create, define, I think is define a type that has 0x7f as template parameter. I would think that is possible because playground 7 is const expression. Thus, I would like to get this type by doing something like I could, of course, do fuck it. I just have to use this again. I mean, that's not a lot of typing. Yeah, no need to ask this, I think. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is the POD type. So that operator's not defined. Ugh. Well, it would be defined if I change the subset type to the axis type. Might as well do that. Because I don't need to construct a bit set from it anymore. Cannot just do that. Let me finish the question first. I don't know. Although, Kasran, why does everyone have a name as if we have to share it with 9 billion other people? Wow, this is going to work. To define the coordinate subspace as a struct. Struct as a static mask. How is that giving me my type back? Oh no, this thing is that struct. Nah, good work. But not really. I mean, before I have my type, then I have to do colon mask, or what is it? No, not even. I'm confused. I cannot see how this would ever work. Just doing this. Okay, so we template auto arc, and then if that argument is an integral type, I don't even need that, man. So well, can I delete this then? So this then just returns. Well, it sets the value that I'm after. No, it does not set value. Well, it's yeah. I think it didn't understand my question. What is NTDP? A non-template type parameter. A non-type template parameter. Yeah, so you can do auto arc if that is the case. And that apparently includes structs that are POD. Definitely learned something there. So yes, we can have a template auto arc and then still more or less get the wrapped constant. However, the coordinate subspace itself is then not the type. I can take basis after it. Oh yeah. Oh, that is nasty. That is evil. But that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so we can do. I have to change it a little bit, otherwise it's not a type. But I just do basis here. So we have the coordinate subspace playground 7, and we get the basis of that. Awesome. Right, and then we have to define this coordinate subspace struct as follows. This must be an ortho arc, and this is a struct. And then I can define the mask. By copying the mask from the argument. Where we can do that because this is a bit set POD. And then I add a basis here, is type, which is then this basis. Wait a minute. Yeah. Wondering if I still need lambda. No, this is just just a lambda without, I mean, which is defined and immediately called without argument. So don't need it because well, this is never true. Just do that and then just return, and that you might as well put that directly behind the equal sign. Well, let me see if this compiles before I remove the 7. Or, well, of course it doesn't compile, but let's fix the compile errors before I remove the 7. Warning, declaration of using math, universe ID, and etc. Changes the meaning of basis. Yeah, well. It's still what I want to do. So I did compile, right? Yeah. No, I'll just have to suppress the warning, I think. Hello, Mail K. Malik, I mean. Hello, Malik 9549. Yes. You will, you will never be able to unhear it. You'll have to change your dictation. I'm so sorry to having destroyed your universe. I mean, I'm working with universes here. That's why I say that. I still don't know how to pronounce it though, but okay. I should find a way to greet people without saying their name, but it never goes well. I love both. It's the best of two things. I'm stuck at, well, I'm not telling my compiler to use more than C++20. So this could be called C++20, I guess. I'm definitely using C++20 with all kinds of stuff like concepts. Okay, let's see if I can print this type. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, DC notice. DD is. How did that work again? Type name of. Sounds like the way I would define that normally. And then, is that not enough? Is that going to work? What do you think? Probably not. Type name of. Yeah, that returns a character const pointer. So that should be working. Try that. This is the warning. Error type name of is not declared in this scope. Did you mean debug type name of? Okay. And it prints 1. What? Why does this print 1? Because really, it's definitely not the type. No matter what it is, it must be a basis. Maybe it gets confused by defining basis as itself. Nah, that shouldn't be. That wouldn't even be possible, because then it would not accept these template parameters. I'm highly annoyed by that this doesn't work. I mean, if I use code that I wrote 15 years ago, 10 years ago, that should just work. Type name off. Oh, wait a minute. It's a function pointer. It's like, oh, how shall I print a function pointer? You know what? I'm gonna convert it to a boolean. That will work. Yeah, needs parentheses. Okay. Oops. Make. I have to get rid of the warning as well, because that's highly annoying. There it is. It is a math basis, math universe A with 32 dimensions. Having the basis having 7 elements, and well, with this bit set a mask, which is well, too bad. But because it is an template parameter, I cannot make it yeah, pretty printed like this. But those are the 7 bits. So now we can remove this, I think, and then just extract the number of dimensions from that. I don't know how, but that should be possible. Plus, I'm going to suppress this because I need this, and I'm digging in my memory. Complete blank. There's nothing. Pragma, that's what it's called. Pragma something. Yep. So we have to go to utils macros. Well, this is just for the special cases where one of the compilers doesn't understand it, which is very, very annoying. Surely I have a general case. Yeah, here. Now the one option is passed, ignored, boost, preprocessor, expand. I'm gonna assume that we end up like this. So what you have to pass here is Either an option or a stringified option, I'm not sure. I'll just search for this, maybe get an example. Nope, no example. At least not in this thing. Well, I'm just going to try it then. So the thing happens in declaration, in universe, okay. And we need this around there. Passing the problem, this. Probably does not need a semicolon. And then end with that at the end. And then we need the header of that, which is utils macros. Missing option after. Okay, let's try the stringified version because this does not work. And that worked. Awesome. What was the other issue now? Well, that's already solved. Oh yeah, I was going to remove that 7. So bases should no longer need to be have passed that 7. Okay, so it is equal to the maximum number and which we can't use, so that is this, minus the number of bits set in masked dimensions. How do we get that? How do you get the number of bits set in some unsigned integral? That's standard pop count. Turns the number of 1 bits in the value of x, and that is defined in bits. We put that in n. So let's print it. We know that it worked. Ouch. 25. Oh, wait a minute. I have the set. I did set the bits that I wanted to use, but I defined it as the number of bits that should be removed. At least a template parameter. So I have to do. We have to do an inversion. Of the thing somewhere. So this is a used axis, and then the template parameter that's being passed here must be a mask of, well, all the axes that are not being used. Let's just get a mask for all axes that are used from the universe. Maybe I should just change my definition actually. Well, I'm gonna change my definition. So the basis is now mask the dimensions. No longer mask, is just the used dimensions. Use dimensions, a bit mask, 1 bit for each dimension of U. Where a set bit means that that dimension is part of this basis. Which means we need to create a mask here from max n. Malik said, I gave up in C++ after they kept adding stuff and changed the whole language. And people around kept bitching about the memory leaks errors. I never have memory leak errors. Never. My input on that is that people complaining about memory leak errors can't code. They're just, I don't know. They're not my friends. Not that I have friends or that I know anyone in real life who can even code a little bit. But if I would have a friend who coded in C++ and he dropped somewhere that he had memory leaks, that was no longer my friend. No, I'm just kidding. But I would switch topics. Okay, I would just say, what? Never have memory leaks. Totally stand by that. Anyone complaining about C++ and memory problems, they can't code. How do I create yeah, I guess. I mean, I never use smart pointers either. I just keep track of the lifetime of my objects. That's so simple it is. If I have certain objects, if I have objects B that have pointers that point to members of object A, then object A must have a longer lifetime than the objects of B. And the easiest way to guarantee that is by first creating A and then creating B. And then you can make an error with that. Then, simple. I just demand that you pass A to the constructor of B, even if you don't use it. You still need your A before you can create B, and that works. Yeah, if you come from C# and or Java, and then you start coding C++, so you can code, but you have zero knowledge or understanding of the whole memory management thing. I guess you can do a lot of stupid stuff in it, but then we're talking about people with a C# or Java background that complain about memory leaks in C++. Not about boys that started at 12 years old with C++ directly. Okay, I didn't start with C++ when I was 12. Didn't exist yet. But if I had a son, he would not make it past 12 without learning past 13 without learning C++, including memory management things. And I'm kidding again, of course. Yeah, in my last projects, I need to create masks over and over. Might as well add that to utils as well. But for now, I'm just going to add 1 shifted max n, and then subtract 1. Let's keep the whole thing unsigned, as if that matters. Which clearly shows that the type that we need to use there is the underlying type. And the underlying type is the type that basis is going to use, alright? Which comes from access type. No, it's this one. What a horrible type. I mean, this is an int, and that could be 64 bits, so that's not going to work. At this point, I kind of already defined my basis. I'm not sure I can access the basis from here as if it is a base class, though. Oh, I don't have the basis yet. I'm constructing the base class. Yeah. Well, who cares? We're just going to do this as in, well, the -1 will work on any type, I think, even if this is an uint 64. But I definitely need the type here, so I'm going to do a static cast of the correct type of 1. And then I shift that max n and subtract 1, which is not going to work if max n is 64. That's the annoying part of this. That's why I really need, yeah, then you get 0. I mean, if you shift something 64 bits, it's just doing nothing, so you'll leave 1. What you actually do is shift modulo the size of the integer, of the size of the type. So if this is an uint 64, and then you try to shift it with 64, then it's going to do nothing. Modulo 64, modulo 64 is 0, so it shifts 0, then you have 1, subtract 1 is 0. Well, what you want to have is you shift it completely out of it, and then you get 0, and then you subtract 1. That would work. But okay, if max n is less than 64, and this is going to work, so maybe I want to go to bed right now. Let's put this type in here. That would be this type, right? The utils uint least n type, and then extract max n. So we don't need to do that. We know what max n is. Could make an exception for when max x equals 64. It's a constant. Actually, that not only does this not work for 64, it also doesn't work for 32, 16, and 8. Oh, ouch. Yeah. Well, actually, might work with 16, because I think then you work with this is by the shift alone. It is converted to an int. I have to cast it back to that type again. I think after doing all these calculations, it's no longer the good type. I think I have to do it like this. Cast it. Cast it to the correct type. Yeah, that's it. Now I'm using an unsigned long, which is hopefully 64 bits, and then that works for every max n except 64. So then I could test that value, like if max n equals 64. That's then a special case. Then we do this, and otherwise you do that. So in this case, I just use uint 64 type of -1. So yeah, there's a dire need here for some utils that allows me to create masks. The whole -1 thing doesn't work. Template argument 2 is invalid. Subset type is universe A is aka a universe. Does not name a type. Subset type in. Oh, I'm using it while defining the universe. Yeah, so the universe does not exist yet, and therefore we can't access. Wait a minute, I'm not accessing here. What is it talking about? Template argument 2 is invalid. Of what? Does it point to it? Oh, this is this. That is that second template argument. I guess this is not working. We are 1 minute away from me writing a util to generate masks. Well, copying what I did before, rather. Let me just begin with that was missing at the begin with. The whole list that was the larger than the begin was missing, wasn't it? What is this? Static cast. Oh my god. Static cast to this type. There's another one missing here. No wonder it was complaining. Yeah, well, I'm gonna try to add it back then. I probably should add it here, inside here, sure. This is 64, right? Because 64 divided by 4 is 16. And these are 16. Okay. Yep, that worked. And the number of dimensions are still 25. Blink, blink. Let's print the type of the universe as well, so you know what we are dealing with. "32. That's not even remotely close to a mask. Oh, that's sorry. That's correct, of course. I wanted to see the mask. I have to get the basis of it. Can I get the basis of my universe? I mean, it is just this, but how to get that? It is not easy. Let's just add it using the basis type. It's just you know. It is a bit long, therefore we do it differently. We define the basis type in the basis. in which case we don't have to repeat all the template parameters. The basis type is that, and number of dimensions is that, and then we get the access type and the subset type we might not need. I don't know yet. I wanted to print the basis type. That would be an interesting thought to actually print it as well. It's at least a lot of F's, probably 32. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Good. So the mask is good. Still print 25. Why? Yeah, I feel younger than 40, that's for sure. I think that people, especially when you're young, you think that adults are so much different than you yourself, that you know that they are beyond understanding. It's not the case. Most people just age physically, but in their mind, I know so many really old people that when they are among each other, they're just kids. I think a lot of changed behavior is the restraint, like the feeling that it is not expected from you to behave, as if you are a kid or have fun or whatever. And I'm intelligent enough to see through that. So I don't want to fool myself and think that I can't do something. While it is a big disadvantage for me to not do it. For example, I don't know, my memory's bad, that's for sure. I went to buy a little cup of tiramisu today. I do that almost every day because I'm addicted to it. I want to eat that while I watch a movie. So I went to the supermarket here close by, and then I bought the tiramisu, and I bought 2 of them, and I just come walking back from in the back of the shop, and at 10 meters distance I see the cashier, I think a woman or girl of, I don't know, 20. She looked young. And normally you would say, oh my God, you know, I'm an old man of 61 and she's a young girl. I have to act like a grandpa and definitely not do anything that could be interpreted wrong. But I don't think like that. I had the impulsive feeling that since there was nobody between me and her, and she was sitting all alone, she had no clients, of course. So you have this long, what is it called? Thing that rolls around. You put your groceries on it and it comes. Conveyor belt, I think, yeah. So I did make the gesture. I pretended as if I would throw the tiramisu to her, and I didn't actually throw it because that probably would have been weird, especially if she would not have been able to catch it. That would be, let's say, awkward. But the impulsive idea is that I just make the, you know, as if I was going to throw it. And I didn't think about that. I didn't think like, can I do it? Or I didn't think I'm going to make an impression on her. I'm going to be funny. Or I didn't think anything. I just, that was the situation. And I wanted to throw the thing to her. And if I had known her, I would have done it. But yeah, you have certain things you just don't do when there are strangers involved. I don't know, so I didn't actually throw it. But she had to laugh, so then I came there and I gave her the thing and I said, it would have probably survived it too, because she was a plastic cup. And she said, probably. And then I wanted to get my bank pass to pin, to pay, so the credit card thing. And I couldn't find it and said, I have too many cards, I told her. And I just told her the story about it, you know. I said, I had to look at my card. I said, yeah, because I have 2 bank cards. Because my old one, every time I scanned it, it would say, please try again, because the thing was broken, right? You have to, I said it in Dutch, so it was more fluent. So I said, you know, it would half of the time I would have to scan it again, and then so I bought a new one. So now I have 2 cards, but I want to wait until I try to pay somewhere, and then it says scan again, and then I want to what is it? Well, register, activate, that's the word. Activate the new card, and then see if there's that scanner, it then picks it up immediately. But yeah, ever since I bought the new card, because you have to pay €5 for it, the old one suddenly works flawlessly. And then there was a new customer, so I said, I'll see you, goodbye, walked away. And then, okay, I do think about it, you know, a little bit. I mean, I'm a little bit aware that, especially because this new customer, he looked weird at me. So then I walked out of the shop, and I couldn't care less. But I did think, like, you know, would people, for example, have a problem with me acting like this because they think I'm flirting with this girl? Well, I'm gay, so I was definitely not flirting with the girl. But I was making contact and having fun together, you know, like non-professional almost. It's like the feeling is like next time I come in that shop and I see her again, we can greet each other. And she will laugh again because she thinks, hey, that's a funny man who tells me stories. So it's not so boring to work here. And if I had a good memory, I would have you lots of other stories about guys who are even 20 years older than me, that I know, like in their 80s, and they're just kids, really. Some people never grow up, and I think it's fantastic. There's one guy of, I think, well, actually maybe 70, 79 or something, or 80, something like that. And he's non-stop making jokes, really funny jokes, yeah. I don't know, I'm reading now, man, I think it's your culture or age matters a lot. I, I don't know. It's all in your own mind, and what is in my mind. The way I see society is absolutely not a reflection of how society really is. I mean, I think people have different people can have a very different view on how society is works, or ethics and morals and everything. And then you may be convinced that your neighbors think in a certain way while they don't, and stuff. Everyone has different ideas, also about the average ideas that might exist. And yeah, I just try to be myself and not care about those thoughts, because I think my own thoughts are probably wrong. So I should just not, take them into account, and just make fun, because that's the most uh, that's the most fun. Yeah. Well, I said I was gay, but it's more. It's complicated. The thing is that I have a pretty bad view of experience, so you say can say it, with women in general in my life. Probably more because I'm autistic, and or I don't know, but they never they're never were much interested in me, or rather, and then again, this is again about this view of someone, and in me in this case, about how the world, what other people think. You don't know that, but I fill everything in. I always, and that is then my artistic side, I guess. Maybe, I always think and think. So if someone acts in a certain way, I think of reasons. But in general, I could have fun with other boys, and they would understand me, and girls would always look the other way and look mad, or ignore me. And the feeling that I got is, and if that's true, and it's definitely not true for a lot of girls, but if it in general or mostly, I don't know, the whole feeling in for the particular situation is true, I don't know. But my feeling was that all those girls and women, they only smile at you and start a conversation if they would actually like to go to bed with you. So if I would say hello, hello, do you want a drink? No, well, that's maybe I never went out. But if you just say hello, or you just want to make conversation, or you want to be friendly, then they are unfriendly back, because if they would be friendly back, they would tell me, yes, you are, sex material, so I can be friendly. But they want to immediately signal that they don't want me as a partner, and therefore they can't be friendly or even engage in conversation or anything. So that was always my experience anyway, and that's how I filled it in. And it's probably not true, but still, that's how I felt. And the thing is that since the past 5 years or so, for the first time, I have different experiences, especially from older women, even much older than me. Let's say 10 years older at least. They keep looking at me. They keep eye contact, and they smile and they greet me. And if I say something funny out of the blue in the supermarket to them, they don't look away like, oh, is this guy talking to me? They laugh back, and they're engaging and interested. And it's a whole new experience, I must say. Like I was in the supermarket, and there was a woman of maybe, I don't know, 40, 45, 50, I don't know, 45, say. Maybe 40. And we were just standing there, and there was something wrong with the pricing. They do stuff in the bonus, and then you have to buy 2, and then you get 1 free, or something, stuff like that. And this is super irritating. So I got angry about that, and just started talking to her about that. I said, why don't I just give wat is korting in het Engels? I don't know English words. Wat is korting? Reduction? Why don't they give it, why don't they just reduce the price factor of 2 instead of forcing you to buy 2 for the price of 1? If you just buy 1, you pay double of what it is worth, apparently. So it's super irritating. And it might be even considered autistic. I mean, now I see that differently. I think I'm just, I have overcome certain social I can't find the word. Taboos, maybe, yeah. Like, I think I'm above that. I can do this in a non-autistic way. Maybe that's also why it is now accepted. I'm not going to tell myself that I can't make a joke. When I feel making a joke, I make a joke, and I really don't care what people think about it. And in most cases, they do think it's funny. That's good, of course. But okay, so I just started a conversation with her, and she could have reacted like, oh, a strange guy is talking to me. Well, I'm married, look weird at me, look the other way, certainly not start a conversation. But she didn't feel threatened. She laughed at me, and she started the conversation back, and we talked about the prices. So these days I can just do that, apparently. Well, yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't sound autistic. Yeah, you have many different types. I was diagnosed as, the high-functioning Asperger syndrome. And I just have a very high IQ, so I can compensate. I have compensated for it a lot, and I have used it to analyze social interactions and then streamline it and then make it my own. But when I was younger, it was very noticeable. In my 20s, I could not go on a holiday without dropping completely out of the group within a week, because they didn't understand why I would do certain things. And I didn't understand why they had a problem with that. I still don't understand it in most cases. But yeah, it's also possible that any type of being different makes you an outcast in a social setting or in an average group like you meet on a holiday. I guess they have IQ of 100 on average. And yeah, I mean, maybe I'm in the top 0.1%. So I'm always an outcast, or at least a stranger in the group. And only if you can hide that, shield it completely, then they don't have a problem with it. And I was a much worse at that when I was younger. I was much more myself, basically. I would see something and then question it or reason about it, or basically not just do it because everyone does it, but explore other possibilities. I would basically question everything and think about everything, and not necessarily do something because others do it too. And sometimes people thought I was cool, but in most cases they didn't. For example, I went when I was a teenager, even I think late teens. I went with a group on tested as that for Mensa test. So I went as a teenager. I went to on holiday on camping, and I just did my thing. I mean, I never thought about it much. But we sat then talking, and then suddenly the subject was about how expensive the showers were and how short. You throw in a coin and then you get hot water for a time, and then suddenly you run out and stuff like that. So then I said, I can shower for free. And then, of course, they said, what? I said, yeah, I just opened the box inside the shower because, you see how the tubes run, and you can guess what cables are in it, and thus how it works. So I just opened the box and I connected an, how is that called? You have a little switch that reacts to a magnetic field. So I connected that in the, basically, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's called no, I don't know anyway. It was a little thing that I brought also to make alarms. So if anyone entered my my tent, they would disconnect the switch because a magnet was close to the switch. So if you opened the tent, then the magnet and switch would go apart, and then that would be detected and an alarm would go off. And I had used one of those things in the shower to make it so that if I put a little magnet, which I also had brought, of course, on top of the box, then I would have warm water. And then if you tell that to people, then they think you're cool. Of course. And they want to borrow the magnet. I had to show them where to put the magnet, and then I wasn't weird. But other stuff, if you do something that I'm the first one and the only one they know that did that does that, then in many cases you're just weird and they don't understand you. So that's, I think I told this story before on stream, but when I was working, I was already in my 30s, and I was working for some company, and they had those sunscreen things that go up and down, and that just didn't work. They went up way too soon or too early, and the sun would make it 50 degrees inside Celsius. Nobody could do their job anymore. So I did the same thing. I just removed the ceiling panels and then found a box that controlled it and opened the box and did some measurements and connected the switch, and then we had control over this, the sunscreen panels. And the reaction of most people was, well, that's awesome, and we want that too in other rooms. But yeah, well, I said, no, I can't do it in other rooms, because, you know, I felt in one way that it is a little bit something that you just don't do. Yeah, that was exactly it. You know, it was the boss did absolutely not accept that we were able to control our own screen. It's something you don't do, and that's something I don't understand, because why not? If something, that's a hacker mentality, true hacker mentality. If something is in your way and you can improve it so it doesn't bother you anymore, then you do that. So, but at the same time, I'm doing something that nobody else does, and that's yeah, also often interpreted as being autistic. But my real autism came more from the fact that, yeah, when I was really young, I was so aimed inside and so busy with solving problems and technical things that I just didn't have a social life. I mean, nobody of my age was interested in the things that I was interested in, and if I opened my mouth to talk about it, then I did just scare them off. The only thing they appreciated were my jokes. I always had very I don't know the word, but creative jokes, I guess. Creativity is also a part of that, right? I should go to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow. Well, not really, but definitely not as late as today. What was I doing anyway? I have to go to bed. I want to go to bed, and I definitely want to go get rid of that 25 before I go. That should be 7. Why is it not 7? Concentrate on that. I must be able to find that within 5 minutes. Number of dimensions is n in this type, which is returned as the basis of the coordinate subspace. Which is axis, which is the bit mask of the thing that I pass. Sorry, but that definitely should be 7. Let's print axis to make sure that it is 7. Fuck. It's a basis. Why is it a basis? Oh. Ugh. $127 I had not expected that, to be honest. Which a clear sign that I should go to bed. Nou ja. No, let's go to bed. Yeah, sociopath. I'm not a sociopath, I think. I'm very sure about it, actually. I think I know what a sociopath is. And I really feel for people. Probably even more than most around me. So the social circle that I'm now in real life, like about 30 people in total. And someone gets something like a stroke. An old woman, I think also 80 plus, she got a light stroke, with as a result that the muscles in her left eye didn't work well anymore, and she could hardly walk anymore because of the stroke. On one side, the leg didn't work very well. And that's why she couldn't come anymore. So normally she would, like all the rest of the 30 people, come every Monday afternoon to play a game together. And now she couldn't do that anymore. And it feels like that I was the only one who really took that to heart. Or like I really felt bad for her. Like, how shitty is this, you know? She has problems walking, problems looking, and she can't even come to the social events anymore now. I mean, whoa, that's I really feel bad about that. And I organized that we would buy a card and everyone put their name on it. And there were clearly a few people who didn't give a shit. They hardly even wanted to put their name on the card, and they definitely weren't like, oh yeah, buy a card for her. No. And if it's up to me, I would visit her. You know, just go there and see if she's okay. Yeah. And I think a sociopath wouldn't do that kind of thing. Or I can hear something about a misfortune of someone, even a stranger, and then I just feel like crying. Because I think it's just, you know, I feel really bad for other people when they go through bad things. And I think a sociopath has no feelings like that. They just think about their own well-being, and that's the only thing that counts. And then they manipulate other people, yeah, to get what they want. Yeah, okay, thanks. I mean, I'm doubting it myself as well. The diagnosis was handy for getting, not having to work anymore. And it's just, you need it. And I think I need it. I couldn't work. And I probably still can't. But it has to do with anxiety, panic attacks, not with my autism. But they come with it. Why does everyone has an unpronounceable name? They say hi, and then if you're the only one, I can say hi back, and then that's it. Or I would like to call someone by name, but every time I do that, they say I butchered the name. I can call you SF. Hey, SF. Maybe I could type it. Yeah, that would work. Hi, to remove report pin, go to channel. There is no mention here. Ridiculous. No, I can only punish people. I cannot say hi by name. Now, we have a 7 here. I'm gonna go to bed. To summarize, I made a universe and a coordinate subspace from the universe. In terms of basis, almost nothing. I think the similitude is definitely the next thing. And a similitude doesn't touch the number of dimensions. So a similitude must be a transformation between two bases of the same dimension. Or rather the other way around. I'm going to define a basis in terms of another basis and a similitude. So we're going to have something like I'm going to need a different class, or I have to add something to my basis class. You can't cut it with just template parameters when you start to rotate stuff. So I think that my basis class needs to be defined as an what it is derived from, or what it is based on, or I don't know, like, why not call it parent? And then a similitude of the same dimension. And then the basis also has a universe, just the universe, and then number of use dimensions of that universe. Okay, well, whatever. That's the axis type. No, that's the type of it. Yeah, wait a minute. I was doing that with this thing here. just copy it what it is. No, that was n, because inside the basis I defined it. At least I should. Yeah, here, n. So a basis is defined with, well, that's not, cannot. It's not this easy. It's not that easy. It's geometric. Did I write? I wrote it wrong. I wrote it wrong. Yeah, the whole title of the video is wrong. Can I still edit it? Because that's horrible. Geometric, algebra classes. Did the title change? I just edited the title. Did that immediately change? I doubt it, but hey, that would be nice. Now it's geometric. Well, I only learned about geometric algebra a week ago or less, and it's now my new religion. And I think that if ever we discover unification theory, then it's going to be in terms of geometric algebra. So before I go to bed, I'll give you a link to watch. There was especially one thing that I was like, wow. Let me find that back. I think that must have been here, and well, in math, and then copy link. Yeah, go watch this, and after watching this, I had my I had my religion, really, and it shows you also what it is used, what it can be used for. I'm going to bed. Go, good night.